Alright guys, sorry that took a little bit. I just had to make sure it was lined up correctly. With the overlay. I don't know if you guys are sick of the overlays or not. I like them. Tell me if you don't. Please subscribe. I was gonna play Reverse or whatever the hell. Resident Evil Verse, whatever they've been hyping for fucking forever. It's been on the page, goddamn. Seems like forever, so but I tried to log on and it said server down till 21, which means 10 p.m. for us here. So ain't gonna be able to do that till 10 p.m. I was just kind of looking forward to seeing what the hell it's like. I guess it's the online version of what Resident Evil 2, 3, all of them, the new remakes they made. Attack with 30 creatures. I'm not good at that shit. Damn. Attack with 30 creatures is a difficult one. How about we change that to cast black or red spells? Nice. Kill third. Oh, that one's even harder. I can't change that one. Oh well. Okay, let's begin. Draft. I don't do draft, you guys know that, because I don't feel like spending an hour making a fucking perfect deck that you don't even get to keep. Not my thing. So, we're gonna do some quests. So, what did it say again? Oh, Tybalt. Not interested. Alright, so cast 30 black or red spells. Kill 15 of your opponent's creatures. That's gonna be a tough one. But the Brothers' War. Nice. Urza, Lord Protector. Mishra, claimed by the Phyrexians. Man, I can't wait for that. Alright. Black or red? Black or red? I don't think you can take on this rank. What rank? What rank today? Okay. But, oh crap, you can't even. There we go. What's going on here? Alright. Can you hear me now, guys? Huh. Let's check it out. Sorry, I should have had the sound up on the test stream, I mean. Alright, so, fuck. Everything I was saying was, I forgot. Man, I wish they made the sound a little simpler on all these streaming apps and streaming tools and stuff. But it's a pain. Alright. 2 or more other lands. Alright. Hopefully that counts as land. I forget if it does or not. I always forget. So I was saying, I was gonna stream Reverse. I don't know if you guys are interested in that at all. Probably not. It's a Resident Evil-esque, whatever. And, it's down. They said servers down until 21, so I have time to catch up on Magic, which I really want to anyway. Here we are. Catching up on our Magic. And Vergoth, the Blood Sire, comes out. Yeah, Russian. Oh, that's so worthy. I would marry her if she wasn't. God damn, now he flies. Hot. dude. Voice of the Blessing, man. If you get the right combination, them motherfuckers. Alright, so how do I fight that? Could summon this guy. Block at least. Fuck it. I mean, I don't know. I can't make him flying anyway, so fuck it. He didn't block with my fucking death touch creature, what a surprise. He doesn't even have a fucking pet. This guy's a noob. Sorry to be judgmental. He's doing pretty good for him. Oh man. No mana. This sucks. Can't block his fucking flyer. Wow, this new guy. Like, subscribe, guys, please. Don't forget. Even though it was a defeat, it was a very, cool looking from my, you know. Let's run that back. What is this? Do I get no fucking land at all? Okay, that's better. God, I still got these stupid fucking... Fire. 7-7. Eggs, yay. Well, come on, what are you doing? Oh, pass. Where? Sorry guys, sorry. I'm distracted. 3-1 down. Nice, attack weapon too. Alright, I can't forget to change the sleeves after this. Whoa. But good that he wasted on that. Oh, I got a pack weapon. I could have used it on. Uh, what you gonna do, boy? Oh wait, why did I block him? I don't know, whatever. I think he had something up his sleeve. Death touch creature. He blocked him. Oh, whatever. Damn, how are these noobs with no pets beating the crap out of me? Fucker. Fuck, man. Creature. Dead, aren't I? Shit. Food tokens. Sorry, kitty. Oh. The quest. Alright. Block this. I got. I'm gonna have to block this. Nah, whatever. Yeah, I'll block it. Alright. It's on the flies. Otherwise, I'll close. Ah, shit, you got first strike. Great. Oh, I'm not gonna use your strike. Damn, I've been losing, just losing games. What the hell?
Every job is an opportunity to learn more about this city. Show 'em what you got.
Flying cards. You gonna fucking do it? You gonna do it or not, dude?
notions of morality. All that matters is power. Your punishment is my entertainment. Oh, I have a job for you. By coin or carnage, tribute is owed. Defy me, and you'll lose everything. Don't think you're some big hero. Pleasure doing business with you. Next time, I'll cut you down.
Alright, waiting for us. Let's go. Guys, I'm sorry. I have to. I'll be right back. I have to go pick something up for a friend. Just meet a friend outside real quick. Talk to him and stuff. Alrighty. It won't be long. VRB.
But as Urza makes his way further into Phyrexia, memories of the past long buried rise to the fore. Perhaps, due to
Few
Yawgmoth's
names
corruption
are etched
thousands
into
of
the
years
bedrock
ago,
of history,
or his own heavy
stitched into
conscience,
the very fabric
Urza
of
comes
the
upon a
multiverse.
likeness of Mishra,
Names that when
chained and
spoken
tormented,
evoke fear,
seen in the art of the card,
reverence, and
Urza's
legacy.
guilt.
Beings
Whether or
whose
not
deeds
this
are
is truly
legendary
Mishra is
and who
up to
command
speculation,
earth-shaking
but
power to both
regardless,
create
it
and
gives
destroy.
Urza pause
Their
and
valor
forces
is
him
enough
to
to save
reconsider his
entire
actions.
planes, and their hubris
The
enough
Titans
to
stand
condemn
in
others
triumph
to cold
over a
oblivion.
doomed Phyrexia
In the
when
maelstrom
first
of
soul
the
bomb
blind
detonates,
eternities where tales
seen
of
in the
heroism
cards
and
implode
villainy
and
spread
false
to ears
dawn.
across infinite
But
planes.
Urza hesitates.
One name rises
He
above
looks
the
around
chorus,
and sees an
above all
artificial
else,
world of
and
perfection,
reverberates
replete
through
with
the
constructs and
multiverse.
organisms to
Urza
understand,
Planeswalker.
and deeper truths to uncover.
Hey lore lovers,
The
my name's
Planeswalker
Eric and
has a
welcome to the
crisis of
Librarians
faith
YouTube
in his
channel,
moment of
where we share
triumph.
the lore and stories
For the first
behind
time
many
ever,
fantasy master plans for Phyrexia's
He betrays
invasion
the
and
Titans.
his ultimate
He betrays
legacy.
the Weatherlight and
I want to
Dominaria.
preface this by
but
saying
most
that
importantly, he betrays his own convictions. Despondent, Urza Planeswalker submits himself to the majesty of Phyrexia. To prove Urza's loyalty to his new master, the Planeswalker is brought deep into Phyrexia's heart, where he must confront and slay the heir to the legacy. Gerard Capuchin has also pledged his allegiance to
This is
Yawgmoth
Urza's
in
story,
exchange for
and
the
although his
resurrection
life
of
has
Weatherlight's
prospered,
navigator
impacted
Hannah,
several
whom
others.
he had loved.
I will keep our focus
A
on
deep
him.
irony unfolds
To keep
as
our
the
narrative
two
from
mightiest
wandering, I
defenders
won't
of
delve too
Dominaria
deeply into
come to
side stories
blows
or
in the
other arcs for
Phyrexian arena
characters that weren't
to
in
win
our own
favor with the
videos.
god they so
But before we
despise.
begin, I want to give a
This
huge thanks
irony
to all
is
of my
illustrated
Patreon
in the art and
supporters.
flavor
Their
text
patronage
of
warms
Wayne's
the world to
devotion,
me and
in
helps
which
the
the
channel
two
grow and
combatants
improve.
prepare, and
All
Urza
right,
tells
time to pour
Gerard
through ancient tomes
before the
and
glory
visit
of
war-torn
Yawgmoth.
realms.
Yes,
as we uncover
even
the
this
truth of
makes
Urza
sense.
Planeswalker. Let's
As
dive.
the pair gird for ritual combat, Yawgmoth strips Urza of much of his Planeswalker powers, and he's left to fend for himself with his own devices. Blades cross and spells sizzle, while thousands of machines roar at the spectacle in thunderous applause. Twice, Urza gains the advantage on Gerard and nearly kills him, which we can see in the illustration of the card's Soul Link. But Yawgmoth intervenes, stating that the Master Artificer used cowardly and indirect tactics against Capuchin. When their swords lower for a third time, Gerard manages to defeat the man to whom he owes his entire existence. Capuchin's swift strike beheads the Artificer, and Urza Planeswalker's lifeless body falls before the glory of Yawgmoth. It seems his fight is over. Urza's crusade, his millennia-long defense of Dominaria and fight against Phyrexia, is abruptly ended by the legacy's heir. The victorious Gerard takes Urza's severed head as trophy and stands before Yawgmoth to complete their bargain. The chilling appearance of Phyrexia's god is beautifully illustrated in the art of the card Yawgmoth's Vile Offering, where we see a reborn Hannah float tantalizingly close as Gerard carries Urza's head. But to Capuchin, Yawgmoth fails his end of the bargain. The Hannah before him is a simulacrum, false creation rather than the true woman. Dissatisfied, Gerard betrays Yawgmoth, escapes Phyrexia, and returns to Weatherlight to continue the fight with Urza's severed head in tow. The third and final stage of the invasion commences when Yawgmoth, infuriated by the lack of progress and emboldened to forego subtlety, assumes the form of a massive cloud of darkness and death and arrives on Dominaria. The god's presence, his touch alone, is enough to kill, and billions of lives are lost as Yawgmoth rolls across the plain. Preparations are hastily made aboard Weatherlight to channel pure white mana from Dominaria's null moon and incinerate Yawgmoth in his death cloud form. Though the blast harms Phyrexia's god, it's not enough to destroy Yawgmoth, and Dominaria sits on the brink of destruction. Capuchin and the crew are shocked when Urza's severed head begins addressing them. Though severely weakened, Urza's essence and spark are contained within his Power Stone eyes, and the Planeswalker has no need of a physical body. Stunned, Capuchin listens as Urza reveals his final gambit in the fight against Yawgmoth. Activation of the Legacy Weapon. Only through assembling the Legacy, through assembling all that Dominaria stands for, can Yawgmoth be defeated. Urza urges Gerard to gather the Legacy at this dire juncture. As its heir, he is the only one capable of unleashing its true potential. When the artifacts are gathered, Urza reveals that his Power Stone eyes, Karn's body, and Gerard's life are also part of the Legacy, and they must make an ultimate sacrifice to save Dominaria. Without option, Gerard activates the Legacy weapon, and the two men are consumed within its initial blast. Urza's Legacy unleashes a sentient beam of pure mana that pierces Yawgmoth's very soul. In a moment that will reverberate through history, the Phyrexian god is obliterated, and seeing their master destroyed, Phyrexia's armies cease fighting. Urza's Power Stone eyes are fused within Karn's body, and his Planeswalker spark is transferred to the Silver Golem. Though he truly is no more, Urza's memories, convictions, and essence survive in Karn. His spirit can rest knowing that his actions saved cherished Dominaria from succumbing to the Phyrexian machine. In the face of invasion, Urza was able to unite the disparate continents and peoples of Dominaria into the coalition, a singular force driven towards a singular goal. Nowhere do we see this better than in cards like Rewards of Diversity and Spirit of Resistance, in which the flavortext states, "Our victory must come from all of Dominaria, or it will not come." Indeed, all of Dominaria stood united thanks to Urza's machinations, a feat that, despite his life's myriad achievements, might be his greatest accomplishment. But time erodes memory, and even if Urza's legacy is preserved in Karn, Teferi, and others, much of Dominaria forgets the Planeswalker's acts, and once more splits itself into warring factions. Urza's own actions further tear Dominaria apart nearly 300 years after his death, when the temporal crisis threatens to sunder the plane completely in 4500 AR. Urza's Silex Blast and Tolarian manipulations of the time stream created temporal rifts that culminate in the Time Spiral Crisis, which destabilizes space, time, and mana ley lines across all of Dominaria. This crisis highlights how much destruction Urza caused his home plane and how much Dominaria had to endure in the name of protection. Again, Urza's actions thread a very fine needle and bring into question whether his means are justified by his ends. It's safe to assume that
For just $67, you can make as many videos as you want, and you never need to pick up a camera or use any fancy editing software. With Doodly, you drag, you drop, you tweak some settings, and boom, video done. It'll take you just a few minutes. So, let's hear from the Doodly creator, Brad, to see why Doodly is so easy to use and why you should grab this offer right now.
Hi, I'm Brad Callen, and in this video, I'm going to show you how anyone can quickly and easily create doodle videos, just like the one you're watching right now, using Doodly. Alright, here I am inside the Doodly software, which is available for Mac and PC. You'll notice that you can choose the style of your video, selecting from whiteboard, blackboard, greenboard, glassboard, and for more advanced users, you can even use a green screen background, giving you lots of control over the video style. In this example, let's create a nice looking whiteboard doodle video. You'll notice that Doodly makes it super easy to create your own doodle videos with done-for-you scenes, hundreds of characters, a huge selection of props and images, royalty-free music, and even text. And for the ultimate in customization, you can even upload your own images, fonts, props, and music. Now to create a doodle video, it's really simple. First, I'll add a headline to get people's attention, then center it before adding a character. I like this one. And while I'm at it, I'm going to go ahead and add a prop too. I'll resize everything and voila, we have Steve reading a book on his chair. Not only is creating a doodle video that simple, but we also have a bunch of really cool settings available too. Doodly allows you to customize your video with real hands, cartoon hands, or none at all, seeing transitions with even camera panning. As you can see, doodle videos do an incredible job of educating, entertaining, and selling, making them one of the best investments you can make in your business. And that's especially true right now. The going rate for professional doodle video creation is anywhere from $1,000 to $3,000 to have someone make a video similar to the one that I just showed you. But with Doodly, anyone can create a doodle video regardless of tech skills and experience. If you were to visit the doodly.com homepage right now, you'd see the regular price for Doodly is an ongoing monthly payment, which adds up to $468 per year. But since you've landed on this promotion page, you can get your copy of Doodly right now for a one-time $67 payment. No monthly fees forever. And you'll even have access to all the free feature updates we offer our Doodly users, which is typically once every week. So to lock in this one-time $67 payment with zero monthly fees forever, go ahead and click or tap on the button next to this video to claim your copy of Doodly today. And we look forward to welcoming you to the Doodly family.
Hey content creators, I just wanted to give some recommendations on exactly which TubeBuddy license would be best for you. For those that are just starting out, I would definitely recommend the Pro TubeBuddy license. In this way, you can get unlimited searches with TubeBuddy's keyword research tool. Because as I always say, you need to see which topics have the most attention so you can get more views on your videos. The best thing about it is that if you have under 1,000 subscribers, TubeBuddy gives you 50% off. Now, for those that want to take it a step further and up their thumbnail game, you need to check out TubeBuddy's thumbnail A/B testing tool with their Legends account. It'll compare 2 different thumbnails on a specific video so you can get the highest click-through rate possible, making sure that the YouTube algorithm promotes your video. So give it a try and see what license works best for you. Bye-bye.
Urza made preparations in the event of his demise. He knew his death was necessary to ignite the legacy weapon, and his sacrifice required to defeat the god Yawgmoth. In his millennia-long war, he cultivated and laid plans to ensure Dominaria's safety in his absence, and to foster its regrowth after countless atrocities suffered at his hands. After all, Urza's legacy is one of violence and devastation. His artifice consumed much of the plain in his war with Mishra. The detonation of the Silex destabilized Dominaria's climate, and his tampering with the time streams nearly rent the very fabric of reality. Urza makes great effort to ensure the path is clear for healing in the centuries after his death. He placed well-hidden clues in a series of artifacts across the continents of Dominaria for his pupil and ally Teferi to uncover. They have the potential to integrate the lost realm of Zhalfir back into the time stream, a mistake and failure that Teferi suffers daily. Though it's up to speculation, to me, this event is implied in the title of the upcoming Dominaria United set, where the plane isn't just united in ideals, but mended physically as well. Urza has also left behind his greatest creation to act as steward over Dominaria, and protect it and other planes from future strife brought from beyond the blind eternities. The Silver Golem Karn remains the scion of Urza, and in truth, part of Urza lives on within the Planeswalker Spark and Power Stone, housed within his metal carapace. Karn realizes the scope of his and his master's failure when the metallic plane of Mirrodin is corrupted by glistening oil and transformed into a new Phyrexia. Yawgmoth's defeat wasn't the end of Phyrexia, and Karn nearly succumbed to their expansion. It's right for the progeny of Urza, Phyrexia's most vehement opposition, to confront the next generation and the latest Phyrexian threat. The Silver Golem has assumed the mantle of Defender of Dominaria and Liberator of Mirrodin. In his quest to eradicate Phyrexia, Karn seeks allies in power to strike a lethal blow before they are prepared to launch another invasion. A remnant of Urza is buried beneath the undergrowth of Yavimaya Forest, a weapon used long ago in the climactic battle of the Brothers' War. Karn seeks the Golgothian Silex, a weapon capable of reducing continents to ash and unleashing devastating surges of mana to cleanse Mirrodin of its Phyrexian infection. The Silex has been used once before against the armies of Phyrexia. One can only hope that in this time they've not developed new methods of countering such destruction. The art of the card Triumphant Reckoning illustrates several planeswalkers arriving on a beleaguered world, with Karn among them. Perhaps this is a moment in the future when the allies of the multiverse band together and assault New Phyrexia. Perhaps Urza's greatest legacy is his history. Several sagas depict Urza's actions and the events he's caused throughout Dominaria's past. It shows how memorable a figure he is when tales of the Brothers' War that ravaged Tertiaire are still told nearly 4,500 years later. We see this in the saga The Antiquities War, where Urza's and Mishra's struggle is related. The flavor text of Nature's Spiral highlights an excerpt from the tome and states, "As Argoth's last defenders fell to Urza's juggernauts, Titania said, 'Nature cannot be destroyed, only changed.' He is known through the ages as a despoiler of the land, indifferent towards the lives he ruins or ends. But he's remembered by some as an ingenious artificer, a messiah that brought forth salvation from the darkness. Many detest him, some revere him, but it's without question that the name of Urza Planeswalker continues to drift on the Dominarian breeze." Pieces of Urza's legacy weapon have also survived their creator, and so have those individuals who could at least call Urza a companion, if not a friend. the skyship Weatherlight continues to soar above Dominaria's continents, with the artificer Joyra acting as captain, a woman of Shiv who had worked with Urza since the founding of the Tolarian Academy. Raf Capuchin, the Weatherlight's mage, is a member of Clan Capuchin, the Banalish family involved in Urza's bloodline project to create the inheritor of the legacy. As mentioned before, Karn, perhaps the most influential component of the legacy, also survives his creator and carries on Urza's fight against Phyrexia. And Teferi, the chronomancer from Zalfir, is one with intimate knowledge of Urza Planeswalker. He has first-hand experience with Urza's obstinance, moral ambiguity, betrayal, and redemption. Though the High Artificer casts a long shadow across all their lives, Urza left a lasting impression on these brilliant minds that has shaped them into what they are today, and they'll carry his torch to illuminate the multiverse's grim future. The echoes of Urza's legacy reverberate through Dominaria's history and rattle the crumbling metal ruins dotting the landscape. His personal crusade against the Phyrexians and their god left Urza's homeplane war-torn, stripped of mana, and on the brink of collapse. But his legacy was successful, and his deeds, heroic or vile, have been passed down for centuries and will continue to be recounted. Dominaria has since recovered from the mana blights of the time spiral crisis and from the devastation of invasion. We see nature seek to reclaim what it had lost as new growth covers Urza's derelict war machines, and towns once ravaged by war are being resettled across the plane. And even across the blind eternities, we see the fallout of Urza's plans and his lasting legacy in the fight against Phyrexia. Karn, Urza's metal progeny, is poised to fight once more against the horrors of a new Phyrexia on the rise. The centuries haven't dulled Karn's memory of Phyrexian atrocities that nearly consumed his home plane, and he won't rest until the multiverse is cleansed of their corruption. He's taken the mantle of his creator and follows in Urza's footsteps. Our only hope is that he can strike swiftly before billions more perish under the weight of a new father of machines. Though Urza is no more, the memories of his genius, his hubris, and his resolve remain hidden just beneath the surface of a recovering Dominaria, begging to be rediscovered by those drawn to unspeakable power. Thank you so much for watching and listening to this video on Urza Planeswalker. Now I want to hear from you. Let me know your thoughts about Urza. Is he a hero or a villain? Were his actions just, and what could he have done differently in his quest to thwart Phyrexia? And if you're a fan of lore and storytelling, consider subscribing to the channel or checking out the podcast where content is uploaded frequently. Again, a huge shout out to all of my Patreon supporters who make all of this possible. I couldn't do it without their spectacular patronage. If you're interested in becoming a lore luminary for access to me, written scripts, and early video drops, check out the link below or head to patreon.com/thelibrarians to learn more. Special thanks to script editor Kenan Orhan. Until next time, go forth and explore the lore.
Are you going to the show?
Yeah.
Heads up. Let's get this party started!
Want to get some ice cream?
Whoa, 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 whoa!
Yeah. Look at that.
Thanks, guys. I'm here all week.
In the unbounded potential of the multiverse, there exists only a handful of beings whose powers and reputation reach beyond their own plane and touch other worlds. The unfathomable Eldrazi that live in the space between time and reality and are driven by insatiable hunger to consume entire planes. Planeswalkers the likes of Nicol Bolas, who long ago had the power to both create and destroy worlds on a whim, dominated vast swaths of the multiverse, and spread their vision across planes. But within this exclusive list of immortal and omnipotent creatures, one man solidified his position through a crucible of blood and betrayal, anguish and atrocities to become a god whose own reputation spread as a plague across the planes. A man whose obsessive pursuit of perfection would drive the creation of Phyrexia and consume Dominaria in a millennia-long struggle for survival against invasion. This man earned many titles throughout the years: the Father of Machines, the Lord of the Wastes, the God of Phyrexia, the Ineffable, but most knew him first as Yawgmoth, the Healer of Halcyon. Hey lore lovers, my name's Eric and welcome to the Lorebrarians YouTube channel, where we share the lore and stories behind many fantasy settings to strengthen the connection between people and their passions. Today, we'll explore the story of Yawgmoth, one of MTG's most iconic villains and the main antagonist of Urza's saga, which culminates in the Phyrexian invasion of Dominaria. We'll trace his story from the early years as a Thran physician to his discovery of Phyrexia and elevation to godhood, all the way through the invasion and his lasting legacy. Yawgmoth's is a tale deeply tied to that of Phyrexia, the name given to the artificial world and the creatures born from it whom Yawgmoth rules. As such, there will be some overlap between the two, but the focus will remain centered on the man. Phyrexia and its modern counterpart will be discussed at length in a separate video. But before we begin, I want to give a huge thanks to all of my supporters over on Patreon. Their patronage means the world to me and helps the channel grow and improve. Alright, time to inoculate ourselves against Phyresis and travel to the darkest corners of human motivation as we uncover the truth of Yawgmoth. Let's dive in. Before we tell his tale, we must first understand the characteristics and motivations of Yawgmoth, his passions, desires, and expertise. Yawgmoth was born into the ancient Thran Empire of Dominaria in roughly -5000 AR. From an early age, Yawgmoth was driven by scientific inquiry to understand the land around him. A world based largely in magic held little room for ideas driven by the physical, the tangible, and the rational. But Yawgmoth found space within the eugenicist faction of the Thran Empire. Here, he developed many traits that became central to his character, including a fascination with disease, a scientific detachment from ethics or emotion, and a passion for knowledge. Much of Yawgmoth's nature and story remained shrouded in mystery. As the largest Dominarian antagonist, he wasn't even depicted in-game until the release of the Modern Horizons set, which shows the Lord of Phyrexia before he became such. Much of what we know of Yawgmoth as immortal comes to us through the Thran novel, which relays the tales of his ascension and the destruction of the ancient Thran civilization. Chief among his attributes are his genius-level intellect and his fascination with eugenics and healing. Yawgmoth's natural scientific style of healing branded him an exile amongst the Thran, who viewed his experiments with contagions as heretical abominations. This mastery over death and decay deeply aligns Yawgmoth to black mana, which is reflected in the mana cost of his card. Similarly, his card's abilities highlight his prowess over illness. By sacrificing a test subject, he can transfer its disease to another and gain knowledge from the transaction, and by using this knowledge he can increase the disease's spread. But Yawgmoth's more than a healer. He's a leader and joiner of forces mainly through the use of manipulation or seduction. The man is frequently depicted as a domineering figure full of confidence and without fear. He has piercing eyes and a calm, steady voice that he uses to easily sway weak-minded individuals to his cause. Yawgmoth's a master puppeteer who sees in everyone an adversary to defeat or foe to overcome, and he often manipulates his enemies against one another, thereby weakening each other and affording himself an opportunity to seize victory. So great is his charisma that throughout his exile, Yawgmoth was able to centrally position himself within the social structure of other civilizations, foment rebellion, and spark internal strife for his own benefit, which ultimately led to the formation of the Thran Alliance as a check to his power. Yawgmoth also possesses the traits of a cold and calculating scientist, interested only in his experimentation and the knowledge gleaned from their results. He foresees all possible outcomes of an event and rationalizes his decisions with frank clarity, speaking in a manner that astonishes and neglects others' emotions. He cares little for the lives of those he heals and sees them as mere test subjects, enigmas waiting to be cracked. He euthanizes with alarming ease and often administers his own poisons within otherwise healthy subjects to gather results and further his knowledge. His last dominating feature is his obsession with perfection and progress. The idea of a perfect world and a perfect being drives him to pursue first the artificial paradise of Phyrexia and then godhood, so that he may rule over all his perfected creation. This obsession for phyresis, or progressive evolution, is instilled within those under his command, and has even bled into the prevailing religion of New Phyrexia. Later, his obsession focuses on the capture of Dominaria and the destruction of Urza, its planeswalker protector, which lasts several centuries. Yawgmoth's defining character trait is his ambition, his ability to singularly pursue an objective, and the belief in an ideal through which he pursues it. The objective being absolute control, and the ideal with which to attain it being phyresis. Phyresis is a term of Yawgmoth's own creation, which translates to progressive evolution. A man whose expertise lies in plagues, affliction, and organisms understands how terribly fragile mortal life is in its current state. Only through eugenics, selective breeding, genetic experimentation, and adaptation can humanity rise above its own mortality and achieve a semi-divine status. This is the bedrock of Yawgmoth's vision and the heart of phyresis. The Lord of the Wastes uses continued perfection to gain control over his subjects, over his world, and attempts to gain control over the multiverse. He uses cures and serums to raise Thydics from the damned, instill in them a sense of absolute subservience, and install them in various positions throughout society to create fanatical partisans loyal to his cause. Similarly, he secretly poisons and afflicts all that oppose him, using virulent plagues to lower their status and consign them to death or destitution, silencing their voices. This is relayed to us in the Thran, when a delegation of other nations arrives in Halcyon to denounce Yawgmoth. They reveal that he used death and disease to foment rebellion, stir political upheaval, and weave a network of agents loyal to him, so that he may rule their nations. Yawgmoth's obsession with power could stem from his fear of imperfection. As a genius and scientist whose profession is death, Yawgmoth realizes more than anyone how vulnerable living creatures are. Only through carefully planned perfection, only through total control, can Yawgmoth save himself and his people from the death that awaits imperfection. These are merely traits of the mortal Yawgmoth, a being who had long ago ascended to godhood within the plane of Phyrexia. As god, Yawgmoth was transformed beyond his human capabilities and commands greater power from his sanctum deep within the ninth sphere of Phyrexia. Yawgmoth's able to create, destroy, and transform the artificial plane at a whim. His thoughts are Phyrexia's, his breath, Phyrexia's atmosphere, his heartbeat, Phyrexia's billowing forges. He commands absolute control over every creature found on Phyrexia, and due to the power stones known as Heartstones implanted within each Phyrexian upon creation, he can speak to them directly, know their thoughts, and command them as if their bodies were his own. Because of this, nothing in Phyrexia happens that isn't Yawgmoth's wish. As god, his essence is fused with the bedrock of the plane. So long as Phyrexia lives, so too does Yawgmoth, which grants him near immortality. His alignment towards black mana is further deepened upon ascending to godhood, and Yawgmoth commands earth-shattering power over death and decay. We see this in cards like Yawgmoth's Vile Offering, and in the flavor text of Urborg, Tomb of Yawgmoth, in which Lord Windgrace states, Yawgmoth's corpse is a wound in the universe. His foul blood seeps out, infecting the land with his final curse. And the true extent of his power is witnessed during the final stage of the Phyrexian invasion, in which Yawgmoth assumes the form of a massive death cloud made of pure black mana that pours forth from Phyrexia's depths and billows out over Dominaria. Its touch enough to kill and raise the dead, to fulfill the god's bidding. Despite these impressive powers, they are only available for his disposal so long as he retains a connection to Phyrexia's core. As seen in the Thran novel, when Yawgmoth leaves Phyrexia behind, he becomes mortal once more. Now that his characteristics and personality have been discussed, it's time to explore the story of Yawgmoth, why he was exiled from the Thran Empire, how he came to power, and how he assumed the mantle of Lord of Phyrexia. To do that, we must take a step back in time and travel nearly 10,000 years into Dominaria's past, to plumb the ruins of the ancient Thran.
I was driving home from practice, about to be a free agent, hopefully signing another multi-year deal in the NBA. I knew with my injuries that I wasn't going to be able to play. Instead, I'm in the hospital looking at all these permanent injuries that I suffered. Having my career cut short by a drunk driver was the worst part of my life. I never thought I'd retire at 31 years old. I knew if there was one firm to get me justice, it was going to be Morgan & Morgan. I'm Chandler Parsons, and I chose Morgan & Morgan.
Yawgmoth's story begins 6 decades before his birth when the Thran Empire is embroiled in a brutal civil war. The Thran are a technologically and culturally advanced race of humans that rule 8 city-states and a vast swath of surrounding territory, near the modern-day Taresian Islands. During this time, the city-state of Halcyon solidifies its role as capital of the empire, But within its glistening walls, a power struggle takes hold between the elite, ruling class of imperialists and the Republican commoners. Many other guilds take sides in the conflict, including the Thran healers and artificers, which are themselves divided into separate camps. Those that view magic and artifice as the cause and remedy for all ailments, and those who view creatures as organisms, and that the cause of disease is natural breakdown of organ systems from microbes, pathogens, or viruses. The latter are referred to as eugenicists, and they side with the Republicans, who share their progressive nature. Yawgmoth's born during the Civil War and quickly learns the dangers that surround conflict, as well as the security and control power affords. The young man's fascinated by death and the nature of organisms, all things readily at hand in the midst of a sundered nation. He soon joins the eugenicists, although his motivations remain up to speculation. Perhaps the knowledge he gains enlightens Yawgmoth to the plight of mortality, that humans are weak creatures in need of evolution. Or perhaps he realizes that tangible scientific facts, not magic and mysticism, give meaning and understanding to the world. Regardless, he and the eugenics movement support the Thran Republican Army. The Civil War is bloody and protracted, but it ends as Yawgmoth matures into his 30s. The result sees Halcyon and the Greater Empire controlled by the Imperialists. At the Artificer's behest, all eugenicists are exiled and their vile scientific practices considered blasphemy. Rebuffed by his native land and cast out beyond civilization, Yawgmoth wanders through the wildlands as an exile, but this is only the beginning of his journey. In the years of his banishment, Yawgmoth rarely remains idle. He continues to practice his outlawed eugenics and hone his knowledge in disease. For this, he requires a steady supply of capital and test subjects. To this end, Yawgmoth infiltrates several non-human nations and plants himself within their social structure through cunning, persuasion, and subterfuge, then siphons their funds and people like a terrible parasite. He acts the part of messianic healer to gain power, then use it to perform terrible atrocities in the name of progress and ambition. He genetically engineers plagues and sets disease upon the nations he visits to create upheaval, as seen with the black cough that decimates the dwarves of Orin Deep and the creeping mold that eats away at the elves of Argoth. Perhaps he performs these in pursuit of knowledge, or perhaps to prove to himself that the eugenics movement is superior, that he never should have been exiled. Regardless of its motives, Yawgmoth's dark exile is revoked 8 years later when Rebek, architect of Halcyon and wife to Glacian, the genius behind Power Stone innovation, recalls the eugenicist to save her husband. With the knowledge gained from his travels, Yawgmoth returns to the land that forsook him to find that its greatest artificer is suffering from a wound magic cannot heal. Though Halcyon is a site of majesty, it sits atop endless caverns and dark tunnels which hold the refuse of society. Here, individuals suffering from phthisis, a pneumonia-like disease, are thrown into the caves of the damned to languish until death takes them. Glacian was stabbed by a Power Stone shard during a Phthitic rebellion by its leader, a man called Gix. Magic fails to mend his wounds, and no remedies known by the healers reverse his progressive deterioration. Yawgmoth and his eugenics science are the last hope of Rebek, desperate to save her husband. He's entrusted with the task of healing the genius of Halcyon. Through his seemingly unnatural and inhumane experiments on both Glacian and the captured Gix, Yawgmoth discovers that the cause of phthisis comes from Power Stone radiation. Power Stones are crystals supercharged by Thran mana rigs to store unlimited potential energy and are used by the Thran to power all aspects of society, from mundane sedan chairs to floating fortresses. But they emit trace amounts of mana radiation, which destroys tissue, compromises immune systems, and leads to degenerative phthisis. Yawgmoth at once sees an opportunity to snatch power and cement himself as an important player in Halcyon's court. As he devises a treatment to the disease, the healer instigates Gix to lead another untouchable uprising from the caves of the damned. Phthidics and society's pariahs emerge from the city's sewers and immediately turn violent. The rebels destroy several city blocks and kill dozens of citizens, all while proving the untrained and outdated Halcite Guard is too weak to protect Halcyon. In a deft display of power consolidation, Yawgmoth ends the rebellion by devising a serum drawn from precious metals that not only inoculates the healthy against phthisis, but cures those already afflicted. In a stroke, he's exalted as the savior of Halcyon by its citizens and the benevolent healer by the untouchables. Ambition and manipulation vault Yawgmoth from detested exile to beloved hero in little over a year. Over the next years, Yawgmoth becomes chief health inspector of Halcyon, using Thysis and his serum to further accrue personal clout. He first trains an outfit of loyal healer priests to administer serum and test for affliction, then reworks the Halcyon Guard to transform them into a powerful military force. Next, he purges the Halcyon citizenry and elite of those who oppose him by claiming they're consumed.
You're going down.
Bring it. Gotcha. I'm coming for you.
Pedal to the metal.
Get out of my house. I'm open. Alley-oop. Next game.
Consumed by the disease and casting them into the caves of the damned, regardless of their condition. Yawgmoth fills the vacancy he created by administering the cure to untouchables within the caves that he singled out for their fanatic devotion and elevates them into Halcyon society. Through this process, he silences his strongest opponents and transforms Halcyon into a city of loyal supporters. Yawgmoth's manipulation of the serum leads to a second untouchable insurrection, led again by Gix. This time, however, the Halcyon Guard has new teeth thanks to Yawgmoth's investment in the military. The rebellion is defeated, and in actuality instigated by Yawgmoth, who uses the events to consolidate even more power, taking on sole leadership of the armed guard in the event of a crisis. Yawgmoth's ruthless cunning tightens his grip over an already suffocated Halcyon. It's also at this time Yawgmoth makes a chance encounter that dramatically alters his fate when he happens upon the planeswalker Dyfed in a conversation with Glacian. The Thran physician hears Dyfed mention of worlds beyond Dominaria, of a multiverse of infinite possibility that exists within the blind eternities, and his mind's instantly opened to opportunity. Throughout his life, Yawgmoth has pursued personal power and used his ambition to gain control over his world. For years, he's thought only of mortalities and Dominaria's imperfections and sought a way to progressively mold them. Now that he hears countless worlds exist beyond his imagination, Yawgmoth wishes to see them and find one of absolute perfection where he can rule under absolute authority. He interrupts their conversation and demands a display of Dyfed's talents as a walker. Against Glacian's strong oppositions, Dyfed offers to indulge Yawgmoth and prove her existence as a planeswalker. She transports him across the blind eternities and walks to several other worlds, showing Yawgmoth the existence of the multiverse and demonstrating her own skills. The healer's mesmerized by what he sees and ecstatic about the infinite possibilities of the multiverse. He envisions a paradise, a perfect world where he may rule a people beyond disease, beyond want and death. He seeks to elevate himself to godhood and lead a race of perfected beings. To this end, he implores Dyfed to find a world fitting of Yawgmoth's vision. Within months, she locates one and brings Yawgmoth to it. Rolling hills, meandering waters, waving plains, and endless sunlight coat the landscape of a beautiful paradise. Dyfed reveals that this world isn't like others. Rather than a naturally born plane, this location has been artificially created by another planeswalker. She states that although everything on the surface is tangible, edible, and perhaps even alive, it has been formed from the mind of the plane's master, and the surface is just one of many spheres nested within another that create the plane. Dyfed takes Yawgmoth on a tour of the other spheres, showing him the metal cables and struts that support the world above, the seas of glistening oil from which the organisms that populate the plane are born, and the massive furnaces that act as the plane's heating source. Finally, Dyfed takes Yawgmoth to the heart of the plane within the 9th sphere. It's a dark and especially cramped space, barely large enough for Yawgmoth to pace upright. The decomposing corpse of the planeswalker that created this artificial realm sits within the 9th sphere, a mysterious being whom Dyfed states loved to assume the form of a dragon and had only just passed a short time ago. She also informs Yawgmoth that without the planeswalker to continually power and protect the plane, it will slowly collapse until it's crushed under the weight of the blind eternities. Yawgmoth refuses to consign the plane to its death after having witnessed its beautiful perfection. He demands Dyfed perform a ritual to confer onto him the powers necessary to maintain the artificial realm. Yawgmoth vivisects the dead planeswalker to not only glean some of its memories and abilities, but to seek out the organ of a planeswalker, a spark. When Dyfed returns to perform the ritual, Yawgmoth reveals that through his consumption of the Old Master, the plane has already begun to bond with him. Through the use of dark and ancient sorceries, Dyfed enacts the ritual. Yawgmoth seethes with power and omnipotence. His consciousness merges with that of the plane. Its will becomes his own. With the spell complete, Yawgmoth becomes the god over his new paradise, a plane where the process of phyresis, or progressive evolution, can unfold in dazzling displays. A plane he names Phyrexia. Dyfed's ritual also creates a permanent gate between Phyrexia and the Caves of the Damned, from which Yawgmoth brings countless afflicted houseites over to the healing lands and oils of Phyrexia. These people soon become his first experiments in phyresis. A slow process unfolds in which afflicted Thran are brought to Phyrexia, implanted with heartstones, which heals them and allows the Lord of Phyrexia to enter their minds, and then they're transformed beyond recognition. Yawgmoth's own health core becomes warped as they tend to the healing vats of oil. These experimenters and healers become vat priests, and a religious fanaticism takes hold over all who enter Phyrexia, with Yawgmoth at its center. But all doesn't go smoothly for the savior of Halcyon. The city is visited by a united delegation of non-human empires beyond the Thran's borders. This group of dwarves, minotaurs, elves, and catfolk throw terrible accusations at Yawgmoth's feet and lay bare the atrocities he committed during his Thran exile. They warn the Thran that he is the vile disease, not Thysis, that he poisons and corrupts all he touches to make himself invaluable and promote his own agenda. The delegation tells of the engineered plagues he let loose on their people and of the rebellions he instigated. Yawgmoth is a vile force not to be trusted. The Halcyon Elder Council moves for a vote on whether to exile or retain Yawgmoth after listening to the delegation. With each count, it seems the chamber is evenly split between the two options. But as chief health inspector, Yawgmoth himself has a vote. Though he retains his power in Halcyon, the revelation of Yawgmoth's brutal past creates a rift between the Thran city-states. Several secede from the Empire to join the non-human nations. This Thran alliance delivers an ultimatum to the Houseites and those Thran loyal to Yawgmoth. Relinquish this authoritarian pretender, or prepare for war. Yawgmoth's ingrained himself so much within Halcyon that the only elders.
Science proves your best sleep is vital to your mental, emotional, and physical health. The new Sleep Number Climate 360 Smart Bed is the only smart bed in the world that actively cools, warms, and effortlessly responds. Proven quality sleep. Visit sleepnumber.com.
Who remain are either too afraid to stand against him or wholly devoted to his cause and blinded by his illusion. The ultimatum passes without response, and Yawgmoth prepares not only Halcyon, but his beautiful Phyrexia for battle. Soon after, the Thran-Phyrexian War begins, which will mark the end of the illustrious and advanced Thran Empire. As war erupts across the Empire, Yawgmoth uses Glacian's own fraying mind to create some of the most impressive artificial weapons and defense systems for his Housite and Phyrexian fighting forces. Though the Thran Alliance captures several city-states, Yawgmoth deals a terrible blow in the first phase of the war, when he takes to the skies with his newly outfitted armada of caravels and skyships. Their ray cannon technology rips apart the terribly outdated fleet of the Thran Alliance in a bloody aerial conflict. The Alliance has better success on the ground, where their sheer numbers and artificial constructs capture several strategic positions. As the Thran Alliance prepares for a march through the desert to attack Halcyon, Yawgmoth and his Phyrexians strike at the Null Sphere Station. This massive orb had been used by the Thran as a communications array to broadcast and monitor artifacts across the Empire. Yawgmoth intends to launch it into the sky and use it to override the Alliance's artifact creatures, which will surely turn the tide of battle. Yawgmoth also secretly prepares devastating Power Stone weapons in Phyrexia's forges, known as Stone Chargers. These massive Power Stone-fueled bombs release blasts of pure mana and consume everything within several kilometers, reducing them to nothing. He plans to drop several Stone Chargers on the advancing Alliance troops and use the Null Sphere to absorb the mana shockwave, preventing it from leveling Halcyon. The second phase of the war unfolds in the climactic battle of Mageddon Defile. The narrow gorge acts as one of the few land routes by which to reach Halcyon, and the ambush Yawgmoth has set deftly illustrates his cunning stratagems. He's placed traps and artificial constructs beneath the sands that shred through countless unsuspecting soldiers as the Thran Alliance marches through Mageddon. Yawgmoth uses the shock to launch a surprise strike from all sides while the Alliance is set on the back foot. He deploys the first generations of Phyrexianized Thran, creatures that can no longer be called human, to the front lines where they tear through line after line of Thran soldiers. Their genetic modifications make them stronger, more brutal, and more fearless than any threat the Alliance soldiers have ever seen. But the Thran counterstrike by deploying their own Mantis engines and other artifact creatures of Glacian's design to stymie the Phyrexians. Though it seems the forces have evened, Yawgmoth planned for the Thran's reliance on artifacts and power stones. The Null Sphere orbits high above Mageddon Defile, and at Yawgmoth's signal, it activates to take total control over the artifact creatures within his foe's ranks. Metal and flesh connect, bones crack and gears grind as Phyrexians, constructs, and Thran soldiers come together in battle. The activation of the Null Sphere results in a crushing defeat for the Alliance, but Yawgmoth's victory is short-lived when he realizes that 2 more Alliance armies twice the size of the first are mustering just beyond the horizon. He withdraws to Halcyon and prepares its defenses for battle. The last phase of the Thran-Phyrexian War and the siege of Halcyon unfolds as Yawgmoth takes to the skies with an armada of skyships and war caravels to clear out the remaining Thran air force. After, he intends to drop more Stone Charger bombs from the orbiting Null Sphere, which if detonated will envelop the entire Thran alliance in a blast of pure mana and scour them from existence. Not even their memory will remain. Fighting in the sun-baked desert surrounding Halcyon grows fierce and chaotic as Thran push back the Halcite Guard, only to be decimated by relieving Phyrexian forces. Bedlam consumes the skies above as Phyrexian warships engage the battered Thran fleet, sending searing volleys of ray cannon blasts into Thran vessels. Soon, however, the Alliance forces make marked progress on the ground and force dwindling Halcite forces into retreat before breaking through the walls and engaging Phyrexian Halcites in the city streets. While carnage consumes the world above, Rebek's brought to Phyrexia through the Caves of the Damned, where she sees what Yawgmoth has truly become. For so long she'd been charmed by his presence and manipulated by his words. Realization now dawns on Rebek as to how terribly dangerous he and Phyrexia are. She sees the gruesome transformations the Afflicted are undergoing, and the forces mustering beneath Yawgmoth's command. She also discovers the fates of both Dyfed and her beloved Glacian. To gain power and spread his vision across the multiverse, Yawgmoth longed for a Planeswalker spark, and so attacks Dyfed and scrambles her mind with a Power Stone dagger. This prevents her from planeswalking away, and allows his priests to experiment on her in search of the planeswalking organ. Glacian, meanwhile, had been progressively deteriorating despite all of Yawgmoth's efforts to heal him. Rebek learns that convalescence never occurred because Yawgmoth had secretly implanted 2 halves of a Power Stone within Glacian's body. This slowly progressed his thytic condition. These halves acted as the anchor for the planar portal connecting Dominaria to Phyrexia. Disgusted in Yawgmoth, but more so in herself for falling under a spell, Rebek retrieves the Power Stone shards from her husband's body, intent on sealing the gate to Phyrexia. It's at this moment that Yawgmoth unleashes his Stone Charger payload onto the unsuspecting Thran armies, intending to protect Halcyon from the blast by channeling the mana into the Null Sphere. In an instant, the desert explodes in a cloud of serene destruction, and thousands perish. Yawgmoth believes victory for Phyrexia is at hand, but the Stone Charger's blast advances towards Halcyon unabated. In a final desperate effort to defeat Yawgmoth, artificers aboard the Null Sphere send the station skyward and launch it into orbit around Dominaria. Its final resting place is too far from the detonation zone to absorb mana from the Stone Charger blast, and Halcyon is left undefended. Cheers of victory quickly turn to shouts of panic as victorious Halcite and Phyrexian forces realize they'll be obliterated in mere minutes. Adrenaline seizes all as every last soul makes a mad scramble for safety. Thran run alongside Phyrexians. Bitter enemies throw down weapons as each tries to save their own life. The masses surge through the tunnels beneath the city as water sluices through a pipe, until they reach the Caves of the Damned and the gate to Phyrexia. Yawgmoth seizes the opportunity to gather more followers, more specimens, more test subjects, and so invites all to walk through the gates. Where once they were separate nations and races, friend or foe, they will all be joined as one Phyrexian people in Yawgmoth's beautiful paradise. Seeing no alternative, all fall for Yawgmoth's false promise and pledge fealty to the Lord of Phyrexia. In short order, the majority are implanted with Heartstones, sent to the vats for experimentations in phyresis and vivisection, and transformed into loyal, unthinking Phyrexian pawns. A few realize Phyrexia is not paradise but damnation, and attempt to flee, only to be slaughtered by Halcite and Phyrexian guards. Standing at the junction of an impossible fork, Rebek can either face the clean and peaceful oblivion of the Stone Charger blast, or cling on to the hope of life and join Yawgmoth in his hellish Phyrexia. With Glacian's essence pleading in her mind to close the portal and Yawgmoth's seductive whispers urging her to come to paradise, Rebek ultimately sets the joined Power Stone shards on the pedestal, sealing the gate to Phyrexia and barring Yawgmoth entry into Dominaria. We can see this tragic fall from grace, this destruction and desolation of the Thran Empire in the art of the saga, Fall of the Thran, which depicts the Null Sphere high above Halcyon, Phyrexians attacking from the depths, and at its center, Rebek's decision to close the gates to Phyrexia. Though he retains planeswalker-like powers in his artificial world, they only extend that far. Yawgmoth's forever severed from Dominaria and from the greater multiverse. He's incapable of bridging the space between planes and spreading his vision of a perfected Phyrexia. He and his paradise are left to languish in isolation. Yawgmoth's obsession consumes him for the next several thousand years as he seeks not only continued phyresis, but also an opportunity to regain access to his home plane and complete his goal of Dominarian conquest. An opportunity that arises shortly after the birth of Urza and Mishra in Zero AR.
This is Masterclass. Everything you ever wanted to do, taught by the best to ever do it. It's thousands of lessons with intimate access to Mariah, Malala, Metallica, and so many more. All for $15 a month.
Oh, for all of them? Got it.
Masterclass.
As young men, Urza and Mishra are sent to study under the archaeologist and artificer Tokasia in Tercier's desert dig sites surrounding the caves of Koilos. Here, they uncover ruins of the now ancient but technologically spectacular Thran civilization, arrangements of skeletal and metallic remains whose truth they can only begin to guess. The brothers excel in their studies and use Thran schematics to rediscover artificially powered flight through the creation of the ornithopter, which they use to survey dig sites from the skies. Urza and Mishra realize that the ruins and scrap heaps form a pattern around the caves of Koilos, and that this location must have been of special significance to the Thran. What they don't understand is that 5,000 years ago Koilos went by another name, the Caves of the Damned, where Thitix, Phyrexians, and the implacable Yawgmoth burst from the earth to bring ruin to Halcyon. The brothers and Tokasia enter the caves and find the antechamber which holds the gate to Phyrexia, and in its center the pedestal where Dyfed's and Glacian's Power Stone sits locked. Urza and Mishra are instantly enthralled by the Power Stone upon entering the room. It seems to call out to each, to whisper in their minds a demand to be taken. The brothers reach for the stone simultaneously, and their touch brings about an explosion of energy. In a flash, the two are knocked to the ground. When they come to, Urza and Mishra each hold within their hands one half of the Power Stone. These become known as the Might Stone and Weak Stone, which we can see illustrated in the cards of the same name. Their flavor text illustrates the discovery and read, "While exploring the sacred cave of Koilos with his brother Mishra and their master Tokasia, Urza fell behind in the Hall of Taxon, where he discovered the remarkable Might Stone. And, during the brothers' childhood, Tokasia took them to explore the sacred cave of Koilos. There, in the Hall of Taxon, Mishra discovered the mysterious Weak Stone." Unbeknownst to the brothers, this Power Stone had for millennia acted as a key that bound the gate to Phyrexia and prevented Yawgmoth's vile hand from reaching Dominaria. With the seal broken, Phyrexia can once again send its atrocities, perfected through 5,000 years of phyresis, across the blind eternities to enact their dark god's will. Yawgmoth senses the gates opening and so sends his most loyal and ruthless subordinate, Gix, to survey the landscape, assess potential opposition, and prepare a vanguard of Phyrexians as an initial invasion force. Gix had once been a man, but now he's been transformed beyond recognition into the most powerful of Yawgmoth's demons. His scouting reveals a continent that's primitive and superstitious, weaknesses Yawgmoth intends to exploit, and kingdoms that couldn't hope to stand against Phyrexia. The greatest threat to invasion isn't an army or a nation, but the two young artificer geniuses that discovered the secrets of Koilos. Urza and Mishra pose an obstacle, for their minds have the potential to understand and harness Thran technology and thwart the Phyrexians. If eliminated, all of Dominaria would be swept under relentless Phyrexian assault. Gix is sent to corrupt malleable minds and create a cult of worshippers loyal to Yawgmoth. He quickly forms the Brotherhood of Gix, whose priests and agents infiltrate all levels of government, instigate upheaval, and most importantly foment discord between Urza and Mishra, who at this point are already estranged. We see a member of the Brotherhood illustrated in the card Priest of Yawgmoth. Gix's actions and the jealousy Urza and Mishra bear for another soon erupts in an all-out conflict known as the Brothers' War, which consumes Tertiaire and renders much of the landscape desolate. Men fight another, artificial constructs born of the brothers' genius rip at metallic gears, and even Phyrexian war machines known as dragon engines are deployed, as the Brothers' War rages for decades. Though Gix's agents infiltrate both warring parties, Mishra's mind and quest for power are more easily manipulated. By the later stages of the Brothers' War, Mishra's advisors and closest confidants are soon replaced by Yawgmoth's priests that whisper corruption in his ears. Eventually, Mishra himself is given over to Phyrexia for completion, and the man becomes a twisted amalgamation of flesh, his soul forfeit. The Brothers' War reaches its final stages on the remote island of Argoth in 64 AR, as both factions prepare themselves for a final conflict. For Yawgmoth, everything unfolds according to plan. He sends Gix and a contingent of Phyrexian warriors to Argoth, which we can see in the art of the card Tainted Ether. They're meant to wait in the wings until each army depletes itself, until each brother kills another, and then they are to sweep over the field like vultures, plucking at any lingering resistance, then crush the continent of Tertiaire and prepare it for Yawgmoth's return. Gix and his Phyrexians descend on the beleaguered armies, slaughtering man and machine alike, but the Phyrexian demon, not even Yawgmoth himself, could have foreseen what transpires next. Urza finds his brother Mishra on the battlefield, and realization washes over him as he looks upon his brother, as he smells a putrid oil seep from Mishra. This is no longer Mishra, but a twisted abomination, a vision of Yawgmoth's phyresis. We see this in the art and flavor text of Retaliation, which reads, "A foul metallic stench clogged Urza's senses. It was then he knew his brother was no more." Urza is consumed by grief, anger, and guilt, which he pours into the Golgothian Silex, an artifact of unknown origin with the power to unleash untold destruction. Urza fills the Silex with mana, supercharged by the presence of both the Might and Weak stones. In a moment that will have repercussions for millennia, Urza unleashes the devastating Silex Blast, which sweeps over Argoth and obliterates both armies, destroys the island, plunges Dominaria into a brutal ice age, and ignites Urza's spark, elevating him to the status of Planeswalker. Gix and a handful of loyal subordinates flee in time, retreating to the caves of Koilos and from there making their way to Phyrexia. Yawgmoth's enraged by his lieutenant's failure and consigns Gix to everlasting torment within the burning hell of Phyrexia's seventh sphere. Perhaps the greatest consequence of Urza's Silex Blast comes with the formation of the Shard of 12 Worlds. This metaphysical boundary surrounds Dominaria and 11 other planes within an enclosed bubble that's impermeable to travel through the blind eternities. The Shard once more locks Yawgmoth out of Dominaria, the glistening jewel of his ambition just beyond his reach. For the next 4,000 years, Urza Planeswalker acts as Yawgmoth's greatest adversary and the only being standing in the god's path of conquering Dominaria. Urza's hatred towards Phyrexia runs deep for what they had done to Mishra, and the Planeswalker finds an opportunity for vengeance after chancing upon the rogue Newt and sleeper agent Zansha. Urza saves Zansha's life, and in exchange she tells him how to reach Phyrexia. In short order, the genius artificer crafts a massive dragon engine with which to assault the artificial plane, then single-handedly strikes back at Yawgmoth. In his rage, Urza and the dragon engine incinerate countless Phyrexians, vaporize glistening oil, and leave a terrible path of rancid destruction. We see this unfold in the card Ill-Gotten Gains, in which Urza strikes Phyrexians in the background, while Xantia escapes with her Heartstone. The flavor text reads, Urza thought it a crusade. Xantia knew it was a robbery. Though Urza's powers as a planeswalker are great, Yawgmoth's are greater, and his minions innumerable. Urza's strike reaches the fourth sphere of Phyrexia, but here, the Dark God infiltrates the planeswalker's mind and shatters his sanity. Urza's very soul is struck with Yawgmoth's corrupting touch, which we can see unfold in the illustration and flavor text of the card Corrupt. It shows Yawgmoth's black mana tendrils snaking around Urza and reads, Yawgmoth brushed Urza's mind, and Urza's world convulsed. Urza's strike against Phyrexia amounts to little, but instead gives Yawgmoth a focus, an outlet in which to send all of his ambition, anger, and creativity. Phyrexia's god declares a personal vendetta against the man who dare stand against perfection, and mobilizes all of Phyrexia's might in pursuit of Urza's punishment. For thousands of years, Yawgmoth chases Urza across the blind eternities, granting him little respite and always learning from the planeswalker. Each conflict with Urza grants Yawgmoth knowledge on how to breed negators and agents to be more powerful than before. Though Dominaria remains safe, Urza leads Yawgmoth to Serra's realm, where the Phyrexians begin a crusade of corruption and conquest, which eventually leads to the plane's demise. Yawgmoth relinquishes his pursuit of Urza in 2934 AR, when the casting of the World spell shatters the Shard of 12 Worlds, and once again places Dominaria in a precariously vulnerable position. Rather than all-out invasion, Yawgmoth attempts a subtle takeover by deploying waves of Phyrexian sleeper agents across the nations of Dominaria. Sleepers are Phyrexians bred to resemble humans, but completely subservient to Yawgmoth's will. The Dark God frees Gix from his anguish and grants the demon a chance to prove himself. Gix is given command of the Dominarian sleepers and sent to foment rebellion in the nation of F1 Pinkar. Though initially successful in infiltrating and destabilizing, Yawgmoth's plans are again thwarted by Urza as the planeswalker neutralizes all sleepers and confronts Gix in the caves of Koilos. With Xantia's assistance, Urza destroys the demon as well as Yawgmoth's hope of conquest. Infuriated by the planeswalker's constant meddling, Yawgmoth forgoes subtlety entirely and begins arranging plans for a full-scale Phyrexian invasion of Dominaria. The first step is to prepare an army of perfected Phyrexians millions strong. Yawgmoth, his artificers and vat priests constantly improve their designs and genetic engineering to create hulking Phyrexian war machines, nightmarish Phyrexian negators, and terrible plague spitters. Next, Yawgmoth creates a planar staging area for his army with the discovery of Flowstone and creation of Wrath. Flowstone is an incredibly malleable and resilient substance that the Phyrexians use to add mass to the artificial plane of Wrath through its harvesting beneath the stronghold. In essence, Wrath becomes a pocket plane beneath Dominaria that can hold the Phyrexian army, and once its mass is equal to that of Dominaria, overlay the plane and merge the two together. This would allow millions of Phyrexians to instantly disembark on Dominaria and begin a bloody invasion. It's a grand strategy for a devious mind, but Yawgmoth isn't the only one making preparations for invasion. Urza Planeswalker spends centuries constructing artifacts, erecting emplacements, and recruiting the most brilliant minds to shore up Dominaria's defenses. He knows Yawgmoth's intentions, and Urza too begins genetic experimentation through the Bloodlines Project to create an army of superhumans known as Metathran, as well as create the heir to the legacy, a perfect individual born to not just oppose Phyrexia, but understand it and harness the awesome power of Urza's greatest weapon, the legacy. To thwart his adversary and uncover Urza's designs, Yawgmoth constantly sends sleeper agents and negator strike teams to Dominaria, the most notable of all being the sleeper Crick, son of Yawgmoth, who disrupts Urza's experimentation with temporal manipulation on the island of Teleria and destroys the first Telerian Academy. Although ultimately defeated, Crick's attacks prevent Urza from using a temporal aperture to travel back in time and destroy Phyrexia. And again, Yawgmoth's agents disrupt the Planeswalker when they uncover the nature of Urza's bloodline projects. Sleepers, negators, and even battalions of Phyrexians are sent to centers of Bloodline's activity across Dominaria and instructed to reduce them to ash. The strikes against Benalia, Keld, Yavimaya, and more mark the first stages of the Phyrexian invasion in the 3800s AR. It's during this time that Yawgmoth grows a reputation amongst Dominarians as a vile overlord of darkness and artifice. The Lord of the Wastes, who commands nightmarish monstrosities, terrible machines, and whose reach extends across all of Dominaria. Finally, with all his plans made, with all of his armies readied on wrath and prepared for overlay, Yawgmoth's vision is realized in 4205 AR as the Phyrexian invasion of Dominaria begins. Though Yawgmoth is the grand architect of the war, he orchestrates much of Phyrexia's efforts from within the Ninth Sphere and leaves his capable generals in command of the front lines. He first sends Tsabo Tavok, the redoubtable and ruthless commander, to spearhead Phyrexia's forward assault using planar portal technology. Veteran and airborne units of Phyrexians tear the very sky and burst forth from the ether, performing lightning strikes to seize strategic positions. We see this unfold in cards like Planar Portal. Tavok's mission is to take the caves of Koilos and open the shared gate between Dominaria and Phyrexia to allow an avenue for Yawgmoth to send reinforcements. The Phyrexian general is thwarted, however, by the actions of Gerard Capuchin and the crew of the Weatherlight. Though the first phase of invasion is ultimately stalled, it comes at great cost of life for Dominaria's defenders. Unsettled and decimated by Phyrexia's vanguard, the coalition of defenders is hopeless to resist Yawgmoth's second phase, the Wrathy Overlay. Primordial energies spark and crackle across all of Dominaria as the artificial pocket plane of Wrath phases into existence and overlays Dominaria. At once, the entire plane is consumed with war as millions of Phyrexian soldiers and constructs materialize from nothing. Chaos rules and battle lines are constantly drawn or redrawn as conflict erupts on all fronts. As Phyrexian warriors crush coalition armies, Yawgmoth's plague witches spread contagions that rack unarmed populations. It seems Yawgmoth's victory will soon be at hand, the Lord of the Wastes having countered all possible defenses Dominaria could hurtle at him. But one being he could never quite predict, never quite crush or capture, was Urza, and the Planeswalker himself devised a strategy to rip out Phyrexia's heart. He called for a direct assault on Yawgmoth and recruited 8 other Planeswalkers to assume command of the Titan engines. Massive machines bristling with missiles, mana cannons, ray guns, and protected by layers of heavy armor, the Titan engines were the destructive result of Urza's genius and artifice. We can see their power on display in the art of cards like Void and Searing Rays. Each Titan engine came equipped with a soul bomb that when detonated would reduce vast swaths to slag. If all soul bombs were detonated in unison, it would completely obliterate Phyrexia and kill Yawgmoth. Unfortunately for Dominaria, the 9 Titans' assault went unfulfilled as dissension in the ranks and Urza's last-second deactivation of the Master Soul Bomb left Phyrexia bent, but not broken. The cards implode. And False Dawn show the detonation of several soul bombs, but the chain reaction never came as Urza Planeswalker looked upon Phyrexia and saw such beauty, such untapped potential and knowledge that he couldn't hope to destroy it. The Titan strike and soul bomb detonation rends Phyrexia's outer spheres and leaves Yawgmoth's paradise a desolate landscape, but the god has in his possession the greatest consolation prize, Gerard Capuchin, hero of the Weatherlight, and Urza Planeswalker. Both succumb to Phyrexia's temptation and Yawgmoth's hollow promises. Urza, Phyrexia's most vehement opposition, realizes the true beauty and knowledge held within Phyrexia and can't be moved to ignite the Master Soul Bomb. He resigns himself to Yawgmoth's glory, which we can see in the flavor text of the card Warped Devotion, which shows both Urza and Gerard in the god's clutches and reads, "Before the glory of Yawgmoth? Yes, even this makes sense." Though Capuchin's betrayal of Dominaria cuts just as deep for its defenders, his motives differ from those of the Planeswalker. Gerard lost his deepest love, Hannah, to Phyrexian plague in the first days of the invasion. Ever one to seize his enemy's weaknesses, Yawgmoth tempts the despondent and heartbroken Capuchin with promises of returning Hannah from the dead if he pledges himself to the god and devotes his entire existence to Yawgmoth's will. So great is Gerard's anguish that he too resigns himself to Phyrexia and pledges fealty to the Lord of the Wastes. Dominaria's greatest defenders have betrayed their friends, their kin, and their world to Phyrexian abominations. Their pledges of loyalty aren't sufficient for Yawgmoth, and he demands a show of their subservience. He takes Gerard and Urza to the Phyrexian arena to fight another. Only in a duel to the death can they prove their absolute loyalty. Yawgmoth strips Urza of much of his planeswalker powers and thrusts the two into the arena to cross blades and draw blood. Gerard and Urza strike at another with Steel and Spell, seen in cards like Soul Link and Death Grasp, the flavor text of which reads, Yawgmoth's greatest joy came from watching one hero defeat another. Yawgmoth's delight is further heightened when Gerard finally defeats Urza, decapitating the planeswalker with a clean stroke and seemingly ending the life of the god's greatest opponent for several centuries. Capuchin held his end of the bargain, so Yawgmoth fulfills the other. In the art and flavor text of the card Yawgmoth's Vile Offering, we see Gerard clutching Urza's severed head and approaching the dark god in all his splendor. In the center, Hannah is brought back from death and born anew. The card reads, Centuries ago, a mad god offered a simple trade. What's most interesting about this card is that it's the only illustration depicting Yawgmoth in his godlike Phyrexian form. What stood before Gerard wasn't the true Hannah, but a simulacrum. Even the all-powerful Yawgmoth was incapable of returning her body and soul from beyond. Apprehensive about Capuchin's loyalty and sensing a trap, Yawgmoth placed his own consciousness within the Hannah he had created, thinking it the last place Gerard might strike. Capuchin finally saw through the dark god's lies, saw that Hannah wasn't truly returned, and realized Yawgmoth holds only empty promises. Gerard strikes out in anger and impales Hannah's simulacrum, which we see in the art of the card Jilt. The flavor text reads, You're not my Hannah. Yawgmoth dealt a serious blow from Gerard's attack as his consciousness retracts, and in an involuntary reaction, he flings both Gerard and Urza's head from Phyrexia. The release of Dominaria's greatest defenders from his clutches is a grave mistake Yawgmoth will very shortly come to regret. In the final stages of the Phyrexian invasion, the Lord of the Wastes himself emerges from Phyrexia and assumes the form of a giant cloud of black mana, death and decay incarnate. For the first time in nearly 9,000 years, Yawgmoth returns to his home plane, and Dominaria stands on the precipice of oblivion. The Phyrexian god rolls over continents and oceans. His terrible miasma kills with a touch and resurrects the fallen as zombified abominations enslaved to his will. We see Yawgmoth's death cloud form in the art of the card Toxic Deluge, in Commander Collection Black, and the flavor text reveals his capacity for destruction. It reads, I am greater than rain and nourishment. I am glistening oil and perfection. The nations of Dominaria are hopeless to defend against such a primal force of death and phyresis. Gerard and Weatherlight steer the skyship into the null moon in a desperate gambit to save the plane. A huge store of white mana is held within that they hope to unleash to slay the god. History repeats as the power of the null moon, which had once been used by the Thran to defeat Yawgmoth, is again wielded by the Weatherlight with the same hope. The ship cracks the artifact open, and a massive torrent of pure white mana hurtles towards Yawgmoth, which incinerates his corruption and evaporates his clouds of decay. Though grievously injured, Yawgmoth survives the white mana blast, which once again proves the enormity of his power and the threat he poses to the multiverse. Yawgmoth lashes out with tendrils of black mana and rends Weatherlight. As the skyship falls from the sky, so too do the hopes of Dominaria sink into the Phyrexian abyss. But Urza has one final contingency plan, one last weapon that he's cultivated and perfected over centuries to end Yawgmoth's terror completely, the Legacy weapon. The Legacy is a collection of powerful artifacts and individuals that, when combined, can unleash the untapped and unlimited potential of Urza's genius and Dominaria's power. Chief among the Legacy objects are Urza's Power Stone Eyes, Karn Silver Golem, and Gerard Capuchin's Soul, perfected through Urza's Genetic Bloodlines project. Yawgmoth had two of these in his grasp a short time ago, but now they've all gathered aboard the careening Weatherlight. Gerard rips out Urza's eyes and places them within Karn's metal carapace, which sets off a cascade of events that consume the Planeswalker and Capuchin's lives and unleash a sentient burst of pure energy. The surge of energy seeks out Yawgmoth, and despite his efforts to escape to Phyrexia, pierces the cloud of miasma and strikes Yawgmoth's very soul. Convulsions surge across the skies of Urborg as the Phyrexian god plummets in his death throes. In a moment, the ancient Thran healer, the ineffable, the Lord of the Wastes and Master of Phyrexia, who for millennia plagued Dominaria like a recurring nightmare, lies dead. This is illustrated in the art and flavor text of Urborg Tomb of Yawgmoth, which shows the god's grave and reads, Yawgmoth's corpse is a wound in the universe. His foul blood seeps out, infecting the land with his final curse. The Phyrexians touted Yawgmoth as an untouchable and immortal force, the manifestation of perfection and phyresis. With his death, their armies become despondent, throw down their weapons, and relinquish the will to live. The legacy blast saves Dominaria from succumbing to Yawgmoth's grim vision. His smoldering remains, and the aftermath of invasion, will serve as a reminder for centuries of the risks of unchecked hubris and the threat posed by the ideal of phyresis. Though the Lord of the Wastes lies dead in the fetid Urborg swamplands and his artificial paradise has been reduced to oblivion, Yawgmoth's vision of phyresis and perfection survive as blueprints within the glistening oil. A sliver of the corrupting oil yet remains on the heartstone that lies within Karn's silver golem. Though his status as a planeswalker renders Karn immune to the Phyrexian contagion, it also allows the oil to avoid detection. For centuries, Karn travels the multiverse, unwittingly seeding countless planes with glistening oil and endangering them with the possibility of a new Phyrexia. Nowhere is this more apparent than the artificial plane of Argentum, a world of Karn's own design. The plane shares many similarities to Yawgmoth's Phyrexia, and the glistening oil Karn inadvertently introduces to Argentum plants itself firmly and quickly spreads. Memnarch, the golem steward meant to guard Argentum in Karn's absence, is first to succumb to the Phyrexian contagion. It drives him mad and corrupts his purpose. Memnarch no longer protects his master's creation, but instead acts as overlord of an Argentum transformed into Mirrodin. Memnarch builds soul traps with which he ensnares and transports several species from multiple planes to inhabit Mirrodin in hopes of harvesting a spark. All the while, the Phyrexian oil slowly evolves within Mirrodin's core and corrupts the heart of the plane, seen in the card Phyrexia's Core. Here, the first creatures of twisted metal and rotting flesh arise as a new Phyrexia to bear Yawgmoth's torch and raise a new father or mother of machines. New Phyrexia grows in secret and spreads its corruption across the world above, seen in cards like Steady Progress, Spread the Sickness, and Ichor Wellspring. Eventually, Phyrexia wages war against the Mirrans and claims Mirrodin as New Phyrexia, where the 5 ruling praetors carry out Yawgmoth's will and spread the blessing of perfection. New Phyrexia and the nature of Phyrexians is a topic we'll discuss at length in a future video. But New Phyrexia isn't the only place in the multiverse where Yawgmoth's legacy can be found. The recent Streets of New Capenna set reveals that Phyrexians exist beyond the City of Vice's protective barriers. This strain of Phyrexians proved powerful enough to destroy the kingdoms of old and nearly consume the entire plane in a relentless advance of Phyresis. Though they were eventually defeated by Capenna's angelic and demonic hosts, some Phyrexians are presumed to remain in the wastes beyond New Capenna, hunting nomad caravans and experimenting on captured prisoners. And the events that unfold in Kamigawa Neon Dynasty see one of Yawgmoth's greatest ambitions realized: the collection and Phyrexianization of a planeswalker spark. For millennia, Yawgmoth sought a way to escape beyond the confines of his paradise and spread the gift of Phyresis across the blind eternities. He had experimented on Dyfed in search of the planeswalking organ. He tested planar portal technology, but he had never himself harnessed the power of a spark for Phyrexia. With Tamio the Moon Sage's completion, Phyrexia now has a loyal servant capable of spreading Yawgmoth's blessing throughout the multiverse. Yawgmoth, a name that will forever haunt Dominaria and the vast multiverse beyond. No realm touched by his terrible plague will escape the Dark God and his Phyrexian abominations. Though in truth the physician was a brilliant healer and a strong leader, with the potential to do much good for the masses, Yawgmoth's obsession with perfection and egotistical self-indulgence pulled him from the path of righteousness and forever cast his life in shadow. He used his genius for nefarious ends and became a creature feared by all as the relentless force of death and corruption. With his own death and the destruction of Phyrexia, the multiverse breathed a sigh of relief, but the reprieve was short-lived. On the metallic plane of Mirrodin, a new Phyrexia is on the rise, dominated by the machine orthodoxy and slowly probing other worlds as it prepares to extend itself beyond the blind eternities. Who will come forth to claim the position vacated by Yawgmoth? Who will become the new father or mother of machines, continue the glorious work, and pursue grisly perfection to carry out Yawgmoth's legacy across the multiverse? Thank you so much for watching and listening to this video on the story of Yawgmoth. Now I want to hear from you. Let me know your thoughts on the Thran physician. What was his most heinous act? Do you agree with his logic? What will be the fate of Phyrexia? Let me know, as well as suggestions for future videos in the comments below. And if you're a fan of lore and storytelling, consider subscribing to the channel or checking out the podcast where content is uploaded frequently. Again, a huge shout out to all of my Patreon supporters who make all of this possible. I couldn't do it without their spectacular patronage. If you're interested in becoming a lore luminary for access to me, a great community, and early video drops, check out the link below or head to patreon.com/lorebrarians to learn more. Until next time, go forth and explore the lore. Hey lore lovers, my name's Eric with the Lorebrarians YouTube channel, and today we'll be exploring the story of one of Magic the Gathering's most deceitful, most powerful, and most iconic characters. A being whose life is measured in millennia, and whose machinations span both planes and centuries. A creature that has destroyed countless worlds and corrupted thousands of souls, that has slaughtered and manipulated, lied and consumed, that has bent the very fabric of the multiverse to its will in a quest for unrivaled power. This destructive force has gone by many names through the ages, each striking fear into the hearts of those that hear them. The Forever Serpent, the Second Son, the God Pharaoh of Amonkhet and King of Madara. This is the story of Nicol Bolas, Dragon God, Elder Dragon of Dominaria, his rise to power thousands of years ago, and his inevitable defeat at the hands of the Gatewatch. He has played an integral role in the greater story of the multiverse, and the events, actions, and tragedies on many planes throughout history have occurred by his hand. Bolas is one of, if not the oldest creature in the multiverse, and his tale spans nearly the entire known timeline. Within, we will learn of his role in the Elder Dragon War, his ascension to Planeswalker, his death and rebirth, and his manipulation of countless planes. But before we begin, if you're a fan of lore and storytelling, or if Magic the Gathering is dear to you, consider subscribing to the channel where lore videos are uploaded frequently. The support is much appreciated. Alright, time to steel our souls and guard our minds as we confront one of the most dangerous beings ever to grace the multiverse. Let's dive in. The Elder Dragon Nicol Bolas, like most of his kind, is a physically domineering creature. With a sinuous body that stands over 60 feet tall and a wingspan twice that, Bolas's most characteristic features are his golden scales covering most of his body and his twinned curved horns above his head, between which sits the spirit gem. His lean body and long, slender legs give him an almost serpent-like appearance that during flight leaves him a far cry away from the graceful elegance of other dragons. With enormous size and strength, his physical capabilities are remarkable, but even they pale in comparison to his magical prowess. Nicol Bolas has power over red, blue, and black mana, and over millennia of study, practice, and contemplation has come to master all three. His corrosive breath and withering magic highlight his skill in black mana, while his often reckless emotion and arrogant rage are hallmark of his red alignment. Nicol is, however, best known for his overwhelming intellect and peerless mastery over all aspects of blue mana. His control magic and mental assaults have been on display countless times in both storylines and cards, but his sheer intelligence is perhaps his most valuable asset. With tens of thousands of years of experience and learning behind him, Bolas is best known for his scheming and pontification. His plans span centuries, and he has failsafes in place for even his failsafes twice over. He is a master at predicting others' behaviors. He foresees and plans for nearly every eventuality in his all-consuming quest for glory. No matter how magnificent and destructive Nicol Bolas's powers are, they are overshadowed and at the whims of his character personality. Nicol's strengths come from his alignment towards blue, black, and red mana, but this combination of colors also brings to light his weaknesses and flaws. Chief among them are the Elder Dragon's immeasurable arrogance and self-assuredness. With 1,000 lifetimes to gather knowledge and master the ways of the multiverse, Bolas has had millennia to grow his ego. Since even his first flight on Dominaria, he has considered himself peerless, the rightful ruler of all planes he can touch, and the supreme power across the blind eternities. He considers only himself and his benefit in all aspects of life. Nicol Bolas is also prone to succumb to the reckless rage and passion traditionally found in red-aligned creatures. Despite the layers of plans and schemes, the reliance on logic and reason that is at the heart of his blue mana side, Nicol is occasionally at the whims of his anger, his envy, and his vengeance, foregoing the path of cold calculation to bring forth vindictive judgment on those that have wronged him. The final characteristic that separates Nicol Bolas is his innate skill, often referred to as his touch. His capability to corrode, corrupt, and shatter the mind or will of any victim with the slightest mental caress. Embodying the blue and black aspects of his color alignment, Bolas has effectively used his touch throughout his lifetime to utterly defeat even planeswalkers of old. To fully appreciate Nicol's character and gain insight into the Elder Dragon's motives, desires, and personality, we must step back into history nearly 30,000 years, to the time of his birth and upbringing. The nascent Dominaria was a young, incomplete plane just taking shape when the primordial force known as the Ur-Dragon swept across its surface. The Ur-Dragon is an avatar that spans the multiverse, residing within and between the very fabric of the blind eternities. It represents the force of all dragonkind across the planes. A force whose wings spread across eternity, whose presence stirs the cosmos, whose claws tear through the ether, and whose eyes penetrate through the wells of the blind eternities to see the deepest truths of the multiverse. It is the progenitor of every dragon that has ever existed, and in roughly negative 25,000 AR, it descended upon Dominaria, hungry to populate the early plane with its brood. This is where Nicol Bolas's story begins. As the Ur-Dragon beat its wings, its cosmic eggs fell from the heavens and streaked across the sky, like brilliant meteors. Within these eggs were the first dragons to touch the surface of Dominaria, beings that would later be known as the Elder Dragons. These dragons had many traits and abilities that set them apart from others of their kind across the multiverse, chief among them a self-awareness, a consciousness of themselves and their surroundings that was present since their birth. As the Elder Dragons fell from the sky, they hatched from their eggs knowing their inner beings, and each decided to name themselves, their first victory on the primordial and dangerous plane. The first falls and names himself Arcades Sabbath. As he unfurls his wings, the second dragon descends, taking the name Chromium Rule. A third, and largest of them, claims the name Palladia Mors, and she is filled with a deep desire to hunt. As the younglings take in their surroundings, Chromium witnesses two smaller eggs fall from the sky. The last of them to leave the Ur-Dragon's wings was quite an oddity. It was smaller than its counterparts, its shell perhaps thinner and weaker, and from it hatched not one, but two Elder Dragons. The last, the smallest, and the weakest of their kind. These twins shared an egg, and now they would share a name. Rather than claiming two names for themselves, the likes of Palladia Mors, they each named another, and taking only one. These twins named each other Ugin and Nicol. In their first moments of life, as their still soft scales dry in the brilliant sun, Ugin and Nicol are witness to atrocity as one of their siblings, Marivia Sol, is attacked by a band of primitive hunters and pack dogs. The twins are stuck where they fell, trapped between rocks and branches. They can do nothing to help their sister until they break free. Their struggle is ultimately futile as Saul is speared once, twice, 3 times over. She burns several and flays others, but the hunters and dogs are too numerous, and in moments, Saul's lifeblood soaks the ground. Nickel is caught in a blind fury, a rage to avenge his sister. How dare these tiny creatures attack a dragon? But his rash reactions are countered by Ugin's calm reason. They are still young and small. They cannot hope to defeat the hunters alone, and so they take flight and leave their sister. This shocking attack molds Nickel's future thoughts and actions, planting a seed within his mind of supremacy, of hatred, and of vengeance. He differs drastically from his brother Ugin, who seeks to learn, to understand, and to question the deepest truths of their new world. Nickel looks to the sky and sees the sun, a brilliant ball of golden light that shines brighter than all else and has no equal. For the rest of his days, Nickel will liken himself to a second sun, his golden scales marking his greatness. For the next few thousand years, the twins Ugin and Nickel travel across the vast lands of Dominaria, crossing paths with many of their siblings and cousins, always being ridiculed for their lack of 2 names and their small stature. Anger and envy festered within Nickel as he tried desperately to prove to the other dragons that he was great. The still young twins grew inseparable on their journeys, learning to hunt in tandem and discovering ways to complement each other, covering their innate weaknesses. Eventually, Ugin and Nickel came across a strange sight, a human settlement organized and peaceful, ruled by a dragon. Their eldest sibling, Arcady Sabbath, has instated himself as ruler of a kingdom. At this point in time, Nickel assumes the name Nicol Bolas to assert his position as an elder. But more than Ugin and Nickel's titles diverged in the years spent as Arcady's guests. While Ugin sought enlightenment and truth, Nickel observed the humans, learning about their squabbles and weaknesses, in hopes of using that knowledge to avenge his sister. Ugin retreated to quiet meditation on the outskirts of the city, learning about other worlds called planes and their vast connectedness through the multiverse from an insightful old woman named Tae Ju-ki. Bolas, meanwhile, plants himself firmly within the society of humans, slowly gathering knowledge and developing his own skills in manipulation. Nickel's innate ability to touch and shatter minds manifests at this time, when without reason, a villager stabs his own brother to death. The man can't remember what or why he had done it, but his bloody hands clutch the murderous blade. He's been manipulated by Bolas himself. Time is hard to determine from an elder dragon's perspective, but decades or centuries later, Nickel believes his strength and mental prowess enough to finally avenge Marivia Saul, and so the twins make their way to their birth mountain, only to find that the dragon hunter tribes have grown in both population and skill. They've crafted weapons and magic capable of harming the elders and have slain countless lesser dragons. They are a formidable force for Ugin and Nickel, but Bolas has developed a plan. He uses his touch and mind magic to sow seeds of doubt, resentment, and envy within the leaders of the tribes. To Ugin's dismay, the humans turn on another, all along being pulled by the invisible strings of Bolas. In this dragon killer's war, we begin to see the extent of Bolas's intellect as he deftly manipulates the tribes, not only in destroying each other, but into passively submitting to their new exalted ruler, Nicol Bolas. His revenge is finally fulfilled, but this is just the beginning. Bolas has tasted domination, has achieved victory, and has finally felt like more than the least elder dragon. The rest of Dominaria is on the horizon waiting for him. Ugin can't believe what his brother has become, that he has only a care for power and ambition. Wanting an ally to stand by his side, Bolas attempts to use his touch to persuade his brother into joining his cause. But with a birth and a soul shared between them, Ugin is resistant to the mind magic. In this moment, he realizes that his sibling never actually cared for him. Ugin was merely a pawn for Bolas to use to achieve his own machinations. The pain of betrayal, The stinging stab of deceit and manipulation proves too much for Ugin to bear. The emotional shock unlocks something buried deep within him. A spark ignites, and Ugin blinks out of existence, becoming perhaps the first Planeswalker. While his brother, whom is thought dead, travels the multiverse, Nicol Bolas prepares for war on Dominaria. He assumes the title of Second Son within his kingdom, and uses his human pawns to expand its borders. Bolas himself has also grown in power, gaining physical strength and magical skills. His resentment of being inferior to his elder dragon siblings and his ambition spur Nicol to action that shakes the foundations of the young plane. After an attack on his territory by broodlings of the marauding Vevictus Asmati, Bolas learns that his touch works on beings far more powerful than mere humanoids. He uses it first to manipulate Asmati and his clan, then his other siblings and cousins distributed across Dominaria. For even a dragon is prone to the thoughts of greed, hunger, and ambition. These seeds are fertilized and cultivated by the beguiling whispers of Bolas, until the entire plane devolves into a state of catastrophic bloodshed in negative 20,000 AR, known to history as the Elder Dragon War. For 4,000 to 5,000 years, the war rages as dragons and their human civilizations fight tooth and claw, sword and shield, in a blind frenzy spurred by Nicol Bolas. Through cunning machinations and deft tactics, Bolas's kingdom conquers cities, burns fields, and obliterates all opposition until he can claim personal dominion over more than half of all Dominaria. During the conflict, Bolas's twin travels to Tarkir, a plane that he feels deeply connected to, one that touches his very soul. And so he begins forming the desolate landscape into a beautiful plane of growth and wonder. His fate and that of Tarkir's will become inextricably linked in the millennia that follow. Ugin's quest for knowledge and enlightenment bring him to many planes across the multiverse, but he develops a preference for a primordial and malleable realm known as the meditation plane. He often comes to this tranquil place that merges seamlessly with the blind eternities to contemplate the truths of the multiverse for decades at a time. After thousands of years as a sojourner, Ugin feels for his brother, misses his presence, and wonders of his fate. And so, in the final stages of the Elder Dragon War, Ugin returns to Dominaria and witnesses the horror his brother has wrought. Nicol Bolas and his camped armies take to the field against the overwhelmed and defeated forces of Arcades Sabbath, one of the last great leaders to oppose the Second Son. But as they prepare for final victory, Ugin's sudden appearance distracts and confuses Nicol. After all, his brother has been dead for thousands of years. Bolas is pleased to learn his twin is indeed alive and wishes to share his glories and triumphs with Ugin. An arrogant Nicol surveys his dominions with Ugin, but the Planeswalker sees his brother's trophies for what they really are: petty baubles that have cost the lives and lands of thousands. They argue over what it means to rule, to be supreme, and in their battle of words, Ugin reveals his ability to planeswalk, reveals the existence of other worlds, and ridicules Bolas for believing his actions have any significance. Nicol's resentment grows. How could his brother be greater than himself? He demands Ugin teaches him to planeswalk, but his sibling cannot teach what must come natural. Before vanishing once more, Ugin warns his brother of the dangers of self-indulgence and greed. Ugin's words anger Bolas, and his planeswalking creates a burning resentment within the Elder Dragon, an envy that cannot be contained, a hatred that glows white hot, a need to expand his power, to grow stronger than his brother. A spark ignites within Bolas as he too, in roughly negative 17,000 AR, ascends to Planeswalker. No longer confined to the finite space of Dominaria, Bolas sees infinite possibility unfold before him in the dazzling drift of endless planes through the blind eternities. His deeds on his homeworld were, as Ugin said, insignificant in comparison to the grander multiverse. But what once resided outside his reach is now within grasp, and Bolas sees an opportunity to expand his power and knowledge, to explore, manipulate, and rule all of the planes, much as he did on Dominaria. After all, is it not his right as the supreme being of the multiverse? Over the next few centuries, Bolas and Ugin flit a contrasting dance across the planes. Where Ugin seeks truth, life, and understanding, Bolas seeks personal clout, recognition, and distinguishment. The tales of a winged beast, a god likened to the sun, who brings catastrophe, death, and destruction, percolate through the fables and stories of many civilizations as Bolas whispers to the minds of weaker beings, and they willfully dance to his tune. Many years pass as the twins expand their knowledge, and Bolas's resentment towards Ugin grows. If he is in truth the most supreme being, how can another like him be let to exist in the multiverse? Nickel traces his brother's path until he comes across Ugin in the malleable meditation realm. Bolas catches his twin by surprise and immediately engages him in a bloody, brutal fight of magic, fire, and claw. Their confrontation is described as a wild, pummeling path through the plains. They struggle for days, years, generations. Ugin knows only defense, and so tries to escape from his brother by hiding in various worlds. But Nickel's rage and hatred are too strong, and his persistence wears on Ugin. The Elder Dragon knows he cannot win, but recalls a lesson given by his old friend, Tae-Ju-Ki. My essence will continue to exist in other forms. All things end. Sometimes that is not the same as dying. Ugin stops his flight on the meditation realm and awaits his fate. His brother doesn't hesitate. Bolas unleashes a torrent of fire and death that consumes Ugin, killing him. Ugin's body plunges into the crystal clear waters of the meditation realm, and Nicol Bolas roars in victory. He is truly the most powerful being in the multiverse now. Nearby, a peculiar stone takes shape near his brother's body, a gem that Bolas takes as a trophy of his achievement and places it between his horns. Little does he know that this spirit gem carries a shard of Ugin's essence and will play a vital role in the future. Bolas's victory is short-lived, as Ugin's crash sends massive waves of water spreading across the meditation realm. The tumult rocks Bolas and sends him crashing through the realm, through the blind eternities, until he falls on a continent familiar to him, the island of Madara on Dominaria. Back on the meditation realm, Ugin's body is no more, but his essence remains, and slowly, ever so slowly, the waters calm and gather once more in the lake where he fell. Nicol Bolas's first test as a planeswalker comes shortly after his fall on Madara, when a demonic Leviathan planeswalker encroaches on his home plane of Dominaria. Not much is known of the creature, but their planeswalker duel lasts a month. The mystical salvos of these extremely powerful creatures reduces the great continent of Madara to a third of its size. Though the Leviathan is great, Bolas emerges victorious when he uses his touch to destroy it. For a year, Bolas feasts on the carcass, absorbing its energy to grow his own significant might. All that remains of the creature are its massive husks, and along with the spirit gem obtained from Ugin, they are considered trophies of Nicol Bolas's greatest achievement. These husks are later referred to as the Talon Gates, and first make their appearance in the Planechase set. The Talon Gates appear again in the background on the art of Nicol Bolas the Arisen. Besides increasing the Elder Dragon's strength, their battle has the unforeseen consequence of creating the first temporal rift on Dominaria, a fact that ultimately leads to the time spiral crisis and mending thousands of years in the future. For now, though, Bolas is content to bask in his glory. He doesn't remain on Dominaria for long. He's already subjugated it once, so he goes on to sow discord and unleash wanton destruction on the multiverse, seeking knowledge and obliterating entire planes, often for no other reason than that he can. While Bolas learns the secrets of the multiverse and accrues vaster stores of power, a strange happening unfolds on the meditation plane in the crystal clear lake where Ugin's body fell. The dispersed waters have gathered once more and the lake fills. As it takes on its mirror-like sheen, the image of a dragon appears beneath the surface, in the likeness of Ugin. The process takes years, centuries, millennia, but as the dragon forms, it takes a deep inhalation. The water glistens and pops over the dragon's body, coating its scales completely and giving it form. Ugin's essence emerges from the lake and takes a fresh breath. Not physical, not metaphysical, but something in between. The elder dragon Ugin is reborn as Ugin the Spirit Dragon. He knows not how long it took to waken, but while he recovered, Bolas has most assuredly caused death and destruction. Ugin leaves the meditation plane to find his sibling. There's a large window in Magic's timeline where word of the twin Elder Dragon Planeswalkers is not heard. This is due in part to the events that occur on Dominaria while they're traveling the multiverse. The brothers' war between Urza and Mishra ends with the detonation of the Golgothian Silex in 63 AR. A consequence is the formation of the Shard of 12 Worlds, an interplanar aura that traps 12 planes within and prevents interplanar travel into or out of it. For nearly 3,000 years, Nicol Bolas is trapped outside his home plane. But that isn't so long a time for a creature that has now lived for 25,000 years. During this time, Nicol Bolas moves from plane to plane, extracting what information and power he can, setting up civilizations to worship and obey him, and destroying those who resist. It's during these journeys that Bolas learns of another creature like him, one that opposes his chaos and manipulation with order and structure. The Sphinx Planeswalker and Perun of Ravnica, Azor the Lawbringer. Although never coming in direct conflict, Azor and Bolas fight for control over many planes, and the Sphinx felt the corrupting power of the Elder Dragon as civilization after civilization fell to the depredations of Bolas. Sometime later, Ugin approaches Azor on an unnamed plane, extending an offer of cooperation as he seeks allies to confront his murder.
Hey guys, I'm sorry, I'm back. And I noticed that the video was over. You got to see Urza's transformation, Urza's Saga, the Brothers' War. This is gonna be the next goddamn set. I can't wait for it, to be honest. Like, this is gonna be, this is, I like it. I like it. So we're not watching this video though anymore. I'm sorry.
Rendering his might.
I'm gonna finish my quest. We're gonna play some Victoria 3 as Alexander, or no, I'm sorry, I keep saying Alexander, as Nikolai the First, Nikolai Romanov the First. We're gonna conquer the world. All right, so 6 opponents, kill 15 creatures. That's it. And this is the beginning. Look at Nikolai. See the brothers. Ah, why? Oh. This is the this is Mishra. Yeah, Mishra is right here. I'm sorry, Mishra is right here. This is Urza, Lord Protector. Mishra, claimed by Gix. Gix is gonna be the Pyrexian. Yes, Gix is gonna be the main enemy, the main Pyrexian that is standing. That's the one that corrupts Mishra and makes them fight. And I don't want to spoil it for anybody, but Urza ends up killing Mishra. Yeah, spoiler, activating his spark. But this is like a 12-year-old story, if not more. This is when Karn was an invention of Urza. Anyway, I'm gonna finish this shit. I don't have to use this deck. I can use my angels. This is when Jace finds, he finds out he can't use, he's not the guild pack anymore, the living guild pack. And then he tested, look at this, listen. finding things. If I see the yeah.
I will defend the weak from the wicked. Perhaps learn some humility. Stay your hand. Let's talk.
Alright guys, I'm rushing out. I finished my quest. It was a freaking hellacious 3 games, but I did it. I'm gonna play some Victoria 3. I've been really wanting to play it, so sorry I'm ending this early. Bye guys. Tiger rushing out.